Okay, let's make sure everything's going properly here. Looks like it. Nice. Okay. So today, the thing that I would like to kind of take a look at is building. I want to start looking at some logic, and I want to test some things to see how well some of the nodes work that look to identify um, where buildings might need to be made. Um, let's see, we already figured out this array remove thing, right? Yeah, I think we already figured this out. We're just going to delete that. And we're going to start doing, we're just going to name this real time testing. Okay. So let's take a look at some of the stuff that I might want to do here. Place construction. Now, I believe this is the one we want to use. And so here's what I don't know. I don't really understand how this system might work. Hang on. That's interesting. So the input hold on. Yeah, so the thing that I don't really understand is, do I have a blueprint parameter? Okay, I do have blueprint parameters. I really want to understand how these work. Maybe if I name it, let's just give it a name. Some name. Does that still, okay, it does. And then can we give it a different icon? No. So this is just key one here. Okay. So we're going to keep that just like that. And then we're going to go back into our little real-time testing. Ooh, okay. So this is interesting. Once we name the key here, we expose a variable. Now I wonder what I can do with those variables. This is exciting. So this is the kind of stuff that really gets me going here, is when we take a look at this. So I'm confused what just the regular input is. So let's delete all of these. And then I want to see again, if I go in here, let's also move this. Since I'm working with this right this moment, let's go ahead and move this out of the folder. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Anyway, so we go back in here. So now we don't have input at all. What does this do? I wonder. What can we add to those? What can we put in there? Let's first look at what we can use as a default value. Okay. So we can have all these as default values. But I don't know what they do, right? Like if I pick a value for one of these, like what is this doing? Um, is it possible for me to set it up where when I select this value, could I then change all of these to be crystals instead? Could that be what this parameter could be used for? Because then I could take some information from outside and decide, like, okay, I don't have enough crystal storage. Let's drop a crystal bus. And then instead of having to have a bus that's the exact same layout, but has all crystals instead, I could do this. The other thing that I would be curious about is could I add another new parameter and could I use a different building? So, like, we can go to types here. Right now, I only have the storage block 8, but what if I had like a storage block 16? Could I set one of these values to be the value used for the building that was created? I just don't know. Because we can change types in here, right? Um, these are specifically the instructions associated with the specific building I'm on. You can't drag and drop. Can you control? Can you shift? No, okay, so you can't select more than one at a time. But that's pretty interesting. What are these blueprint parameters designed for? And how can we utilize them? Let's open up the real-time testing and let's just take a look. What could this parameter be? What is this trying to say? If we input right here, hmm, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Let's just make something that's got just one building. Let's just create a blueprint. And we'll call this real-time test as well. But we'll just do a storage here. We'll call this real-time test. And then we'll just create a parameter here. And then we'll name it some parameter. And then can I link this parameter somehow? Like if we made it crystal here, how would I use this parameter? So the default value is that right there. So I've got this now, so I can build this manually. Right, we've got in the library, we've got storage bus. Where's this real-time test parameter? Why isn't it in there? Build. Library. Oh, there it is. Because it's just a single. Choose the values to use. for the parameters of this blueprint. So we're just going to choose that value. We're just going to see, what does that do? Is that going to set us up with a visual parameter? Or we need 10 crystal. Why don't you go get me some crystal there, bud? Maybe you could also get me some crystal there, bud. What are you doing there, bud? What does this parameter do? I see nothing different. I don't understand. This makes no sense. What are these parameters for? We're going to figure this out right now, because this is big. This is important. Blueprint parameters desynced. I wonder. All right, let's open this up. Let's take a look. The AI says desynced blueprint parameters desyncing. Okay, that's not what I want. Okay. None of this seems to say anything. Gosh, the documentation for this game is just so booty cheeks. It's literally the only complaint that I have. Let's go look at some blueprints. Actually, let's go into behaviors here and let's see. Anyone have a blueprint with some added parameters I can borrow so I can figure out how the parameters work? Because right now, I don't understand diddly squat. There actually also might be some blueprints with some parameters already in them. Why do I have this new folder? Why did I create a new folder? Go in there. Let's see. Did this person add a parameter? No. This is mine. It also has no parameter. No parameter. Do you have a parameter? Well, you do have a parameter, but you don't have anything. Don't make no sense. Father Mucker, dude. This is going to be a rough one. Let me tell you. I already know today is going to be one of them long days of trying to figure this out. Because these parameters don't seem to be exposed after. Let's maybe see about getting an integrated behavior controller. And then let's throw it on there. Okay, that does not expose that parameter. How do we use these parameters? Somebody's messaging me on the Discord. The people on this Discord are such a bunch of sweethearts. Always so helpful. Let's go back in here. Let's take another little look. Is it maybe a loop thing? Like, no, I don't think that's it. What could this parameter, because I can't link this parameter to anything, right? There's no setting up a link here. We're just getting a value. We can get any component type or inventory type value. We can get any of the world. Ooh, hold up. This is interesting. How am I supposed to select? Oh, I lost it. Okay, well, this is interesting. I've never seen. So if we select on map and we hit M, and then I like click that, and then hit OK. And then we go back in here. It didn't do shit. Okay. We can give coordinates. So maybe this can be used to determine like where it's gonna be, but that doesn't make any sense. We've got types, we've got all the regular type stuff in here, so I can just change those, and then we've got information types. But again, I don't really feel like anything's happening there. Let's go back into storage, but oh, no, let's go back into real-time testing again. So you've already got the coordinates and the rotation that you're placing. So this doesn't... And then we've got a set value. This is an input. So what could we be inputting here that would affect how this build is going to get done? Right? What value could we use that would dictate changing the state of the build? What could this possibly get used for? if it was something that could get built, so let's take a look. If our parameters could be connected to our sockets, then I could see this having a lot of value, right? Because I could see changing all of this. If I could connect this value to these storages, then I could see that having a lot of value. But I don't see any way to make use of these because there's nothing in here that lets me affect anything about these being connected anywhere, right? They just exist. And if I can't connect them anywhere, hang on. What if we use... Here we go. There it is. Okay. So that is what we're doing. We're locking that to that parameter. Boom. Okay, so that is what we can do. So we can lock these to whatever type of resource we're building a bus for, which is fucking massive. I dig that a lot. Okay, so this doesn't seem to want to be on a parameter. But what if... so this could go in... we actually probably want this to be a null value to start. And then this doesn't look like it can take in a value, which is a little disappointing. I would like to maybe be able to build up these internal sockets, but I wonder if we can build up any of the other types of sockets. Like, let's get a 2M socket here. Okay, this also doesn't look like it can have a parameter value. So these parameters mostly seem... Okay, they can also be used for visual and signal and store and go to. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. So registers seem to be able. So if we add, hang on, a behavior controller here. Nope, that doesn't have registers. Let's add that. This has registers. These registers can be changed with these as well. Okay, so it looks like registers can be equipped with these parameters. And so then we use these parameters to dictate some specifics. Okay. I actually really like that. That's really powerful because this whole bus is now complete, and this needs to be changed pretty significantly. But this whole bus can now be determined based on what resource I'm trying to get. And so here's... So let's take a little bit of a look. Let's take a look at what we might need to do, how we might need to determine our resource requirements. So we've got information here about our resource availability and our resource consumption. So can we read any of that information inside of here? That's all construction. Let's go into global. Abort construction. Activate. I still don't even know what the fuck this means. Like, what am I activating? I don't know, man. I don't even know. Place construction, can produce, debug print, faction item amount might be something that we want to look at. Current world stability is something we're going to want for world state. Get type, get home, get trust, get daytime, land, launch. I haven't even done anything with satellites. None of this makes any sense to me. Turns the unit to look, notify, percent, ping. I wonder if we can get a percentage of like the faction item amount. Produce unit. Okay. So this is blueprints. Nope. This is interesting though, because what's producing this unit? You would think that this would have to be attached to, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's attached to a building that's got a robotics assembler, and it just knows to put it on the robotics assembler. I don't know. That's something we'll have to work with. Read key. Attempts to read the internal key of a unit. So I don't really know what this is either. Reads a value from a configuration or storage key. Yeah, I don't get this. Maybe key just means register. And then remap. Remaps a value between two ranges. Okay, nothing in there about, we can get the total amount of an item or a resource, but I don't know. So the thing that I'm looking to do here is I'm looking for a little bit of decision logic about how many resources we want to have. And so a couple of things that we need to look at are like the ratios of certain resources. How often are certain resource storages running dry? You know, how many calls are we having to make to our gatherers? We also may need, you know, some logic to help us build gatherers and stuff. So I'm kind of trying to figure out. I want some more information about my world state. So that I can start some decision-making logic. Sort storage? A switch. Oh shit. Yo, I didn't realize there were switches in here. Yo, that's crazy. That's super good to have. I've been looking, compare functions are basically uh if statements, but there haven't been any other good logic stuff. So this is cool. Switch. I didn't realize. I would expect that to be in flow, but I guess it's fine that it's here. So we could use this, maybe, as part of our logic for setting up our map, right? We would input the data that we're receiving, and then if it's a resource, we go this way. Ooh, yeah, no, this will be really good for our map. Because we can do resource, we can do like units, enemy units, we can do all kinds of stuff. This will be dope. Switches are so powerful. Turn a unit on, unequip a component, unlock item slots. Okay, I don't really see anything in all of this. Not really moving. We're just looking for information. I'm kind of interested about a signpost too. Let's see. Flow, call, clear research, compare, parameter event, radio event, exit, bunch of loops. So the production is the thing that we want, right? So if we want circuit boards, and then it outputs, so it loops all the producers. That's interesting. I wonder if it just loops things that can produce that, or if it loops things that are producing that. Hmm. What's this only items thing? I wonder. Loop recipe ingredients, loop repair ingredients. So I think there's probably something in here. where you put the producers down, right? And you're trying to get something producing, well, actually, so you might be trying to build something and then you might want to loop the ingredients. So if I was trying to like build this structure, then I might want to loop the ingredients. I wonder, can I put... So this recipe only seems to work for specifically items, not structures or units. That's interesting. I wonder if maybe there's another loop in here somewhere. Loop research ingredients. There we go. Have item. Checks if you have at least a specified amount of an item. So this could be... because this seems like it's... this seems like it's global, right? So like I could check how much of the metal I have. And I imagine, so I imagine if you have it as 0, it just checks if you have any at all. And then if you provide a value to it, it'll be like, hey, do you have at least 100? So that's cool. And then the unit, so I guess it must be like global. Oh no, this is, so this is just for the unit itself. Never mind. Let's see. Is empty, is research, jumps and labels. So this is actually pretty important, and I haven't been using them. But this might be pretty good for that switch statement, maybe. Break out of a loop, run one instruction at a time. Will lock the behavior to run at one instruction per game tick if you have previously unlocked the behavior, returning it to the default behavior. Oh, okay, so that's how you unlock. By default, behaviors will run one instruction per tick. Unlock will allow multiple instructions to execute within one tick until it hits a wait instruction, the end of the behavior, or an instruction that takes time to execute, such as a synchronous move unit instruction. If more than 1,000 instructions are executed in one tick, then the behavior controller will crash at that location. Well, that's interesting. We might look into that. Data type switch. Oh, that's interesting. So you put in the data, and then based on the type of that data, it's an item, a unit, a component, tech, some sort of value, or a coordinate. That's really interesting. And then you've got all these different things that can happen. I didn't realize there's 2 switches in this game. That's crazy. We don't really care about math, I don't think. Check bit. Jesus. That's a little granular. Compare, check space for items. Unit is self. Okay. Combine coordinate. Combine register, divide, get battery, get from, get unit at some coordinate. That's interesting. That's probably like a good get self, break apart the coordinate value, do some math on the coordinate to move, X amount or across the XY axis a certain amount, and then see if there's a unit within that space. Get equipped number for a single unit. Get grid efficiency, get health, get resource from a specific resource node. Get self, get shield, get space for item. Is working, checks whether a particular component is currently working. I actually probably want this on my mining logic. I probably need is not working if the requested component is not currently working. Specific component to check or empty to check all components. Okay, you can check if any component is working. And then returns the currently working component. That's interesting. Is working. There we go. Modulo, get the remainder. Reply. Random coordinate. Random number. Separate coordinate, separate register. Set to component, set number, copy. Simulation tick. And subtract. Okay. We definitely don't need to look at auto base. That's all the AI stuff. I think we've already looked at all these. And then memory is just the array stuff. So let's take a look at what we're going to do to make some decisions here. I love that this blueprint can be made. Now here's the question, actually. Let's go in here. Let's go to this. Let's delete this and let's construct this building. Sure. We're going to leave that blank. What coordinate value do we want to have? Can we get self? We get self. That has a coordinate value attached to it. So we can probably do that. And then we can save that. And then we'll just come over here. Oh no, I want to... Okay, well, let's do a little math. So we're going to come over here. We're going to get ourself. And then we're going to separate our coordinate. Can we just separate the coordinate like this? Or do we have to separate the register? I wonder. Let's find out. And then we get an X and a Y. And then we do some addition. So we'll go ahead and add. We're going to add 10 to the Y result. That'll give us a new. And then we'll combine. Combine coordinate. And then we'll combine that Y. We'll combine that X. We'll get that result. And that'll be the coordinate that we put this in. Now, the reason that I went through such great lengths to do this is I want to see if this is going to build this without going to it. So it's trying to build that structure, and it won't. And I think the reason is that it needs to physically be like at the structure. So let's turn this off. And then let's add a move to. Why can't I just move? Why do we have to attack move or move to another unit or move to some off? Why can't I just move? It doesn't even make sense. Maybe it's like a go-to? Nope. Yeah, this is crazy. There's no just like move to coordinate. But let's go ahead and set that as the target. Now we'll save all that and we'll hit play and we'll see if it's going to just go to the location. Well, that's strange. The hell just happened right there? Hey, what's up, Kev? Dope. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Why doesn't this want to move or build or do anything? Actually, I know why. It's because I didn't separate the self-register into coordinates. So let's go ahead and do that. This will actually be fairly easy because I believe, yeah, it already breaks into XY. So we put the self-register in there. We get the XY. Let's see. B was X, C was Y. And then we get out the D, we do all this stuff. Cool. looks like we're still fucked. We recombine the coordinate. And then we go there. Yeah, I don't understand. Well, can I just pick a coordinate maybe? Get rid of that and just punch a coordinate in. So let's see. Oh my god, please stop. Please stop. Abort, 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 abort. Okay, that was interesting. We have so many resources just chilling on the ground now. Super dope. Thanks, game. Anyway, we'll go back into here. We'll check this dude out. So when I had no coordinate, it just started doing it right on top of itself. Because, oh, okay. So it was connected to the logi. I'm trying to figure out some build stuff logic. So let's just put 36, negative 36, 139. Hey, what's up, Slate? Negative 36, 139. Save that. Save that. And then if we play this, okay, it just sets it up. So this is what I needed to know. And the reason I needed to know this was I needed to know that it could build stuff without being there. Let's drop you off. And then let's go run around picking up all this random shit that I left all over the place. Yeah, but the important thing I'm trying to figure out here is just what the logic is behind creating buildings so that I can start making some decisions and some logic that will hopefully allow us to start working on building our base autonomously. Because we need that. We absolutely need that. I love how there's like visual representations of everything. Like this is the storage back here. So if you click it, you've got 3 storages with circuit cards. And then you've got 4 of these little plates. And you can see there's little plates on there. And then there's 3 full things of storage or circuit cards. So dope. So fucking dope. Like, what an incredible little detail. Okay, so now that we've gotten it figured out that we can decide on these coordinates, the next thing that we need to be deciding or figuring out is what to do if we can't build in the place we want to. For example, right here, which is negative 49, 138. If I were to build this storage block here, I imagine it wouldn't work. Well, I guess actually I don't know for sure because I don't know how it decides. So if we look at this storage bus, how does it decide which corner to start in? So let's build that and let's find out. So if we build a storage bus, and we put it down, why does it feel like this is the center? It's real weird. So how do I tell that? Or how do I determine that? Hmm. I don't think there's a way. So let's just go in here with our runner. Then we'll change this. And we'll stop from real-time test. We'll go to the storage bus. We'll leave the parameter the way it is. I'm trying to figure out what determines what determines the corner. So if I tell this unit to build this set of structures right here, this multi-structure blueprint, and I tell it to do it on a certain coordinate, which corner does it choose? For where that coordinate is. It might actually tell me inside the behavior. Let's see. Target location or a current location if not specified. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I've got it set up to do that. So let's see. It's negative 49, 138. So, well, actually, let's just leave it at the negative 36. Okay. So we'll just play it. That's interesting. It's not working. So there must be something stopping it. So let's see, negative 36, 139. So what could possibly be in the way? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I should have space no matter what direction. That's interesting. Why isn't it allowing that to build? Negative 36, 139. It's this one right here. There's nothing in the way. There can be tiles that are not buildable. What in the hell? Hmm. Why you do this to me, game? Well, let's see if it's even getting past this instruction. So let's add a copy instruction for debugging purposes. We're just going to copy some random shit to our visual register. And okay, so it is going through it and it's just failing to make that happen. So let's try changing it up a little bit. -35. Still says no. This is very interesting. Do I need all of the resources? Because it's just start building, right? It's not actually continue building. Yeah, it's place construction. Abort construction, place construction. There's also a serve, isn't there? Nope, maybe not. Oh, that's one of the AI behaviors. That's why it's not on there. Yeah, it should just place the whole thing. You're absolutely right. I don't motherfucking know what's going on. Do 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 do. This game is killing me. Do 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 do. This game is killing me. I am so sad. Hmm. Haven't messed with Builder behavior. Yeah, I haven't either. It's kind of the next thing for me. I did find out some cool shit. Um, so when you're making these, you can put blueprint parameters in here. Ooh, no, because it just placed. We got it to do it with just this single structure. We just couldn't do it with the multi structure. So I don't know. But something I did learn is these parameters expose um, really cool functionality here. So this is the parameter that I exposed. So I can input to that parameter from my behavior. And then when I go into my library, I can actually set this up so that like this right here, instead of being locked to metal ore all the time, we can lock it to an item and we can choose that parameter, right? The parameter of these keys. So we've got like key 1, key 2. And so you can do that with any parameter on um any register, basically. So you could set it to your visual register. You could set it to any sockets that you have equipped if they have exposed registers, like your integrated behavior controller can have exposed registers based on behaviors that they come preloaded with. So if I load, right, I have an integrated behavior loaded as part of this, then I can go ahead and add these parameters to these different things right here, so that that behavior can have the data it needs right out of the gate. All super dope. So now I don't have to rebuild this for every resource type. I just have to find a way to input the proper resource type into that parameter, and then it'll set it all up for me, which I think is hella dope. What's not hella dope is that I can't fucking figure this out. Let's just put this back in here and save it and see what happens. Okay, so it still does it. This is negative 35, 139, and then negative 35, 140. So when we look at that structure, right, that's this 2x1. So it's taking this top side, as you can see that little lip is in the back here. All right, abort that. Oh, it's still running, so it's still remaking it, right? That's crazy. I don't know why it happily builds that one. And then when I try and build this, it's like, hey, why don't you go fuck yourself? Maybe I need to put a rotation value. The rotation value is supposed to go from 0 to 3. So it should be 0, 1, 2, 3, or the 4 90-degree angle rotations. Weird. Let's just try a bunch of different blueprints and see if I can get any of them to build. It seems like it really does not want to make This is one I stole from somebody else. It just does not want to make these. Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you? Father Mucker. I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm really enjoying getting to do some programming and stuff. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It's really hard and it's very frustrating, but it's a lot of fun. Hmm. What about you? What have you been getting up to? Red. What is red? I see a red door and I want to paint it black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I'm so annoyed. Let's see, we've got connected to the logistics network. Let's look at our real-time test. I have no idea what the name is. I don't know the name of songs that I know. I just know the words. Fuck me, dude. Why is this being this way? Why do you hate me, game? Watch, there's probably some super simple setting or some bullshit that I didn't set. But now it's just like, haha, fuck you. I can just build this, right? Let's find out. Okay, I can just build it. I wonder which one this one's gonna be. Well, I think this will be the input. This will be the output. Yeah, because it doesn't have... Okay. We're good. I'm gonna have to extend my Logi network and my power so I can keep mining these crystals and stuff. I did try one with just 3 structures, although it was these 3 structures, so I guess it's fairly large. But yeah, we'll try something smaller. Create, well, I guess we have to make. Let's do that. Copy. Paste it. Boom. All right. 2 tester. Booyah. Let's go in here. Let's click that. Let's do that. Let's get 2 tester. And then let's go way up. Obviously that won't work. This is -35, 132. All right. -35. 132. Booyah. Save it. Nope. Oh, it's not playing. Nope. What in the holy shit? Let's get a little weird here. Let's build another integrated controller, or another controller. And then let's put it up here. And let's see if maybe it has to be a building. Like maybe for some stupid ass reason. Nope. Frustrating. Maybe it's just not possible. Maybe you have to use an AI controller to build the registered. No, because the register thing is the thing that's different. Yeah, that shouldn't work. Let's see if maybe there's Desynced game place construction node. Instructions, place construction. Let's see what this has to say. I can't see shit. Okay, well that's useless. Huh. I tried it with just two. It keeps rolling over to construction failed. Yeah, I did the same thing, and I was getting the same problem there, Cav. I went ahead and put just these two right here on there, and it keeps telling me to go fuck myself, which is fun. I enjoy that. If I'm being honest, nothing makes me happier than my video game telling me to go fuck myself. Maybe I have to physically be standing right next to it. Right? Where did I put that? Negative 35, 132. So let's go right here and then play it. Nope. What about right here? Nope. What if we don't use a coordinate? Because if I don't use a coordinate, it's supposed to pick my coordinate, right? Nope. What in the holy hell? I see a red door and I want to paint it black. Why are you doing this to me, game? Let's go put this stuff up here. This really doesn't make very much sense at all. I mean, I could understand wondering if it just doesn't have integration for multi-building blueprints. I mean, I agree that that could be the thing, but like, if it is, why is it here? because it goes out of its way to include the multi blueprints, which to me says this is a thing. I wonder if I can do multi blueprints for units. Hang on. Must focus on unit or building to copy. Well, poo-poo on you. Because you can make unit blueprints as well, can't you? Yeah. But apparently when it comes to multis, you can only make Yeah, that might just be something that I have to discuss with the Discord to see if anybody knows for sure exactly what's going on. That's too bad. I really wanted that to work. Running out of metal. If that's going to be the case there, then let's just go work on this storage block. Because the behavior in this storage block is not doing a good job of deciding whether or not it needs to request more resources. All right. Let's. Oh, God. I definitely don't want to refactor this. Nope. This is why you name your variables and you try and keep things clean from the start. Because if you don't, then you open up your code and you just see a mess of fucking garbage. And all motivation to do anything vanishes. Whoops. How do I, here we go. That's how we rename. So renaming this variable to resource stored. Okay. The max stack here. Wrong fucking button again. God, there's so many variables. This whole thing is so bad. Gross. This is wrong. This is why this isn't working. We need to add a number every loop. Nope. So we're getting from component, and we're choosing our component, but we're choosing like the same one of these every time. So I need to be looping through a new parameter on this component. So instead of get from component, each of these parameters is keyed to one of the other structures. So how do we do that? We want to add a 1 to this, or we want to add a number to this. Can we just get component? What about has component? Has like component. No, that's not really what I'm looking for. I guess we could just create a value. So we just want to copy the value that we're copying is the integrated behavior. The target is a brand new thing that says controller index. There we go. And then we're going to, nope, this is just controller. And then we're going to add a number. Set a number, there we go. We set the number to that. The number we set is that value right there. We set that to controller index. And then bammo. That's the part that we're looking at. And then sure, the rest of that looks like it's right. Why not? Let's watch it go through here. It goes through a bunch of times. And eventually it breaks. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one it should break on. Boom. Perfect. Okay. So now we just want to see if we did all of our math right. Now we should be looking at different storages each time. And if that's true, then when this one fills up, it should stop calling this engineer to come get it. And once we have that done, then as soon as we can figure out how to make more of these storage blocks, then we can get everything set up to be able to store and call for any resource. And then we need to start looking at, logic to make more engineers. We need to look at logic to make all kinds of stuff. One of the ways, this is an idea. So one of the things that we probably want to do is we want to store these requests in an array. The reason we would want to do that is if we store the requests in an array on our map, then what that means is we can keep track of how many different requests we're getting. And so if we have a lot of requests for resources from different locations, meaning we've got a ton of resources that we're starting to look like we're running low on, then that could be the trigger that tells us, hey, you need to make more miners. Because you're not getting enough resources quickly enough. Because you've got, 6 different resource types that you're asking for right now. We can definitely look at doing something like that. So request number is definitely an option for deciding some... Okay, it's still not quite half, so it should call it again. Maybe it won't. It looks like maybe the math isn't mathing. So it's going through everything over. Okay. So it looks like it's cutting off. It's cutting off a little early. It should fill this all the way up. For some reason, it's only filling it here. So I'm probably not quite figuring out. I think I do know what's going on. I'm only going through 7 of these and not this last one, I think. And so I didn't quite get the right maximum number. This is good enough for me, though, because this will keep my bus right up to halfway full. And that means, so this is with 1 engineer, right? But if I had 5 engineers, then I would have brought back 4 more engineers worth of resources. So I would have also filled up this storage block. And then if I had, 4 more engineers, I would have also filled up this block. And so the reason we're making way bigger storage than we need is so we can make those requests when we still have lots of available. Then we can get all those resources and then we can pack them in there. And even if we sent a mess ton of engineers to go get the resource, we're still going to have a little headroom. And then we can work our way back down towards that middle. So we're really only ever going to be using the resources here. And then the resources back here are a hedge against production ramping up beyond extraction being able to keep up. And that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. One of the next things that we probably need to do, so in here, whenever we get a resource call, right now we only have one base, and so we're just going, and that's just the way it is. But something I actually want to check here, let's see, checking this value against null. Why am I checking this value against null? If the signal we get is not nothing, huh? Oh, right, because I reset it. That's right. Because I reset by, or 1 second after I send this signal. So I'm checking to make sure. I remember now. All right, then we get whatever's in this register. If what's in this register is nothing, then we continue. But the first thing I want to do, well, we'll compare. The first thing will be the compare and make sure that it's not a reset. And then, actually, this might be a good spot for a switch. If it's a reset, skip. Let's see. Let's put a switch in here and let's just kind of see. So we get an input value, which would be A. Case 1 would be null, reset behavior. I don't know if these count as nulls, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess they do. So case 1 is reset behavior. Case anything else would be go get resource. Okay, so we'd have to set up cases for every type of resource. So never mind. Just the one check is good. And then the other thing we want to check is distance. Okay, so the distance goes from, and then we're actually going to compare that number. So we're going to hit compare number, boom. And the reason we're doing this, if we're smaller here, so the reason we want to check this distance is we only want this value right here. Whoops, fuck. Resource requesting unit. So the target is the resource requesting unit. Unit is us. And the distance will be determined. Distance to storage. So the reason this is important is we want to check this value and we want to compare it against, let's say 80. And that way only our gatherers within 80 units of this storage will actually respond to gather those resources. And that's important because this is going to go out right on a faction register. And so when it does that, if we don't check to make sure that we're close to it, then eventually when we expand, right, and we're way the hell over here, we're going to have gatherers coming from over here and trying to drive their ass all the way down here to go get resources. So this way we can kind of control, like, hey, in this little area, let's gather. Now, one of the things that this is going to mean is I am going to need, I was talking earlier about trying to figure out how many requests my storages are making for resources. So I'm also going to need to be able to sort of geolocate those requests. And if they're all happening in the same region, that's where I need to build my gatherers. So it is going to slightly complicate that decision-making logic, but it wouldn't do any good, if I wasn't keeping up with my metal. But I was doing just fine with metal here, and then there was another base, way over here that wasn't keeping up with metal. And then my logic built a bunch of gatherers here. That doesn't do any good. So we need... It might not even be the map that's going to keep track of that. I might get another behavior that like counts the number of responses or the number of calls and then keeps track and maybe compares to a certain area. Well, I guess I could do the same thing. So every command center or every like central base structure could pull in that faction register, right? So every time something makes a call on the request, then every control building near it can pull that in and then do the same distance check. And so if it's within 40 or 90 or 120 or whatever unit distance to the command center, then it says, oh, that's one of my requests. And it says, okay, count that. And then we could maybe put a wait timer somewhere or, I don't know, do something so that every now and then it reduces that counter by 1. So if there's no request made for 5 minutes, then it takes away one of the request numbers, and then it's got a threshold, right? So if it ever gets to 10 requests, then we know that it's been slowly building up. And so as soon as it hits that 10, boom, we build another gatherer, and then we reset. And then if it builds back up to 10 again, we go, oh shit, we need another one. We build another gatherer, and then we reset that number. And so we're just listening, how many requests am I getting? How many requests am I getting? Oh, okay, I haven't had a request in a while, drop it down a couple. Still listening. And then all of a sudden production ramps up, and we start getting tons of requests. And I go, oh shit, I don't have enough gatherers. And boom, we make more. I think that could work really well. And we can use that same logic for everything, right? So we'll have the same request logic happening on, our production facilities as well. So like I'm building metal bars here. So I'm again requesting resources. And so if I have to make lots and lots of requests, then I can say, okay, well, I must need more metal storage, or I must need more metal bar production facilities, or I don't know exactly which one. But then, like, the same thing will be true here. I'm making circuit boards. So if I'm making a lot of requests for plates and I'm not automatically getting plates, then that must mean, oh, okay, I'm out of plates. I need to make more plates. And that'll be how, and we'll just keep track, how many times am I making those requests, what's going on. And I think we can mostly build things kind of in the same format. And for the most part, I honestly also kind of want to yeah, so I don't even know like raw resources. Do we even want raw resources? Or should I maybe always have one of these outputs as a construction? Because I don't think I need like raw metal ever. Mostly I need a bunch of metal feeding into a metal bar production. And then I guess that metal bar production needs to feed or needs to be fed by a bunch of, or sorry, metal bar production needs to feed into a bunch of metal plates. So I can kind of do the same thing. Except, that's also not necessarily true. So we might need to change these buses. We might want to have input bus and output bus. So if we look right here, we've got this one. If we replace this with this structure and we make metal bars right here, and then we put another bus right here that ends on a storage block that is the output of the whole system, right? So we do a 4x4. And so we bring in raw materials, we refine them right here, we output right here. So there's one input, there's one output, and then from there, we push all these resources to our metal plate productions, but we don't do it automatically, right? So we don't link them or put the storage or whatever on there. So we're not automatically sending our workers to take all of the metal bars and move them specifically to the metal plates. And so then we do this same call logic from metal plates to the metal bar facilities. And so if I've got half full of metal plates or less than half full of metal bars, then my metal plate will call out to a runner or some sort of hauler or something. And we'll use big storages because big storages can be serviced by units with big inventories. And if you have units with big inventories servicing your stuff, then you have less things moving around. And so you don't have things bumping into each other and stuff. You'll have much less stuff actively happening, right? It's like moving stuff by train versus moving stuff by tractor trailer. You could move 1,000 tractor trailer loads on a train. And that just has much less traffic. And then we'll make the calls. And so they'll just go, boop, pick up a bunch. Boom, go deliver it. Boop, go pick up a bunch. Boom, go deliver it. And so the lowest tier. Now, there are some resources, like, for example, crystal would just be one whole storage block, right? Because crystal doesn't just straight up turn into anything. So there will be some resources that we pull in like this. But because there's nothing that uses just regular metal ore other than metal bars, we want to put that out just immediately. And we want to limit, right? We don't want things moving from here to here because this thing doesn't have shit for storage, right? This sucks. Nobody wants to store their resources here, especially when I could be kicking those resources out to a shitload of storage right here. Okay, so next thing is adaptability, right? Because this seems great, but there are a few problems here. Number one, this bus is only ever as big as this right here. And also, it would only ever have this building right here. So something that needs to get done is I need to find a way for these things to create these connections autonomously. So if I slap another building down right here, I want these connections to switch. I want this one to start going here, and then I want this one to go here. And if I put one down right here, I want this one to go here and this one to go here. And that's going to be really difficult. I think, to automate. But do I want to automate that? I mean, I kind of do, because like I might have better buildings, right? There's 16 block storages instead of just the 8. There's, I've got one by ones with mediums, but I could do a 2x1 with 2 mediums, and then I could be making twice as many metals. But I don't want to tear this whole thing down and then put up a new one. I want to be able to replace whatever this is with that. As I tier up. You know what I mean? Hmm. Bow, 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 bow. That's another thing. We'll use similar logic. So part of this will have to be as I'm spitting out all of these metal bars into these storage blocks, I also would want to stop before I filled them up. Man, there's a lot of interesting stuff to think about here. Because I can do this with everything, right? Every single producible item. So if we look in here at our big production facility that can make all of these different components, I could do this same thing here, right? I could make a building that was going to make each of these components and then spit out into a storage array, right? One of these storage buses, that component. And then it would only fill that, halfway or whatever. and then it would wait. And different creatures, different bots would get made, and they would go look around and they would equip themselves with different different components and stuff. And then when that bus eventually didn't have enough components, it would go, okay, I'm running low. Now I need to call in all these resources. So we can do this all the way up the chain of production, which is cool. And it's just a lot of faction calls, honestly. But that's fine. A big part of the balance is going to be balancing how many faction registers we have and making sure that we're not getting so many calls on any one register that it's completely overwhelming that register and causing mistakes. So you only want to be getting like one call every 2 to 5 seconds at maximum. And that's across your entire architecture, no matter how big your base gets. So it'll be a little difficult. There's sort of an upward limit of how much it can grow because of that. So we might have to reevaluate some of what we're doing here. It's a hell of a lot to think about. And it makes my brain hurt. I don't know. I'm kind of tired of thinking about my stuff right now. Does anybody else have anything they've been working on that maybe they're a little stuck on? Give me a little something else to think about. Get my head, I'm in my box pretty much all the time. And I know what I'm planning, and I already know the things that I think are going to be important, but I can't know what I haven't thought of yet. So I'm sure there's lots of stuff that you all are trying to automate that I haven't even considered as a possible necessity yet. So if y'all are thinking of anything, or if you're in the middle of trying anything out or anything like that, that maybe I haven't looked into yet, let me know. So I can get a little sidetracked on it. Because right now, I really want this building thing to work, but it doesn't seem like it's going to. And so I need to figure out how to overcome that. Because if I can't just build the entire blueprint, the multi-building blueprint, then I have to build each building in a specific array, which is going to mean making not blueprints, but behaviors for each type of, like each clump of structures, and then calling that as a subroutine, and then just plunking them all down individually, which I totally can do, but there's so much. These multi-blueprints are really powerful because they have these blueprint parameters, and you can tie those to inventory slots. You can tie those to other parameters. I mean, there's just a ton of really powerful shit. I mean, even just something as simple as figuring out what this thing is going to be building. And so, I could put this in here, and then these parameters can just be predetermined. Like this one's going to be one of these, and this can come from a blueprint or from a parameter. I guess this can be done for individual buildings. So I guess there's that, at least. But still. Sounds like a whack workaround. Did you know integrated components can be put on external slots? Huh? What do you mean, integrated components? You mean like the integrated behavior controller? Or do you mean like the internal... Oh, the internal slots. Like the shield. Okay. I did not know that. That makes sense, though. Let's see. I know I've got some shields around here somewhere. Here we go. Put the shield on this worker here. So instead of having it there, I could put it there. Dope. Yeah, I knew that you could put small components on medium spots. I did not know that I could put internals on smalls. That's cool. Fan that out via the AI on the verse scenario. Nice. Oh, there's something. Actually, let's go look at that. Because you said that there were things already in there, behaviors already in there. So let's go end this. And let's go look at the AI behaviors in the verse scenario. Let's add an AI player. Let's just make them faction 1. Everybody's on my faction. And then we'll go into ready. Dope. And then when we look in the library, yo, look at all this stuff we got. AI turret. Holy shnikes. AI main base. Oh. Oh, these are things that I can't use. Oh, no. Okay. So these are... Right, but I can't make the AI base controllers, can I? Oh, I can. Interesting. So a lot of these are... This is doing a lot of stuff that I can't do. a lot of these build registers and stuff. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. I'll probably ignore that um, and not use them. Something I might do, though, is I might. So these AI base things, these are subroutines, right? And so this gather information is pulling in a specific range. This make minors is pulling in some data and doing some stuff based on some information that it's pulling in. So this is actually a good idea for um yeah, I like this label here. So this is it going and like building its main base or whatever. Oh shit. The AI on my team is just getting after it. Look at this. Oh, I love this. This is great. Okay. Yeah, but a lot of this seems to be kind of what I would want to do myself, right? Is pull in some data and then run a bunch of these subroutines. I dig it. So we would go in here and look at this. We could see it running. Maybe. Yeah, there it goes. So it seems like these inputs are saying, do I have this resource? Do I have this component? Do I have this building? I don't know. It's interesting. It's already got a resimulator? How does it have a resimulator? Don't make no damn sense. Also, these resources are significantly less. Oh, it starts with it? What a dick. That's not even fair, dude. Oh, do they? Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, the amount of resources here is not nearly as much in the regular gameplay version, which is interesting and makes me think that I'll need to come into this to see about adjusting the behaviors a little bit. Which is also cool because it means that there's a lot of different gameplay types that we might be able to get into, which I like. So many cool things. What's an AI turret do? This one actually doesn't look like it has any of the AI controls in it, so I might even be able to actually figure this out. So this gets home, which is just the home base location for the unit, gets its battery value. If its battery value is above, okay, so if it's equal to or less than 30, it moves back to its home location so that it can recharge. That makes sense. And then it sets to its turret, it sets the value to null so that it's not attacking anything. And then it gets the battery and checks it against an even larger amount. Okay. And then if it's still smaller or equal, then it goes back and it moves back to its base. And so this is just its looping charging logic. That makes sense. And then if it's got enough power at either of these points, then it says, okay, read signal from what's variable A? From its home. Oh, okay. So this thing's home is set as another unit. So it reads the signal from its home and then checks to see if the value is empty. So if the signal that it reads from its home location is empty, then it gets the closest enemy. Otherwise, it's going to skip a ton of logic and just move and attack that target. If it gets the closest enemy, though, then it's going to figure out the data type. So if the data type is no match, checks the grid efficiency. That's interesting. Checks the grid efficiency of a logistics network the unit is on. Where to continue if at full efficiency. The unit to check for, if not self. Oh, it's checking the grid efficiency of itself. This is interesting. So it's checking to see if the unit that it targeted, the enemy that it targeted, it's checking to see if it's a unit. If it's a unit, it goes way over here and kills it. Right? Unit is this lower line, so it comes to here. If it's not a unit, if it says no match, then it kills it if it's not at full grid efficiency. But if it is at full efficiency, then it sets its turret to a null value and then starts scouting. And then checks if it's moving. If it is moving, it's waiting. If it's not moving, then it checks for the closest dropped item. And then it checks the data of that. If it's a component, pick it up. If it's not, attack it. This thing just attacks stuff. I love it. Holy shit. So it seems like you pick it up and then like maybe if you can't pick it up, you attack it. Oh no, if it's not a component, you're going home. I get it. When it says attack move and it uses that A variable, that's it returning home, but willingly attacking. So this is saying if you're not on the grid, right? If you're not full efficiency and the enemy isn't a unit, then attack and move home. That makes more sense. If you are at full efficiency and the thing isn't a unit, then set your value to null so you don't kill it. That makes sense. And then if you're moving, you're waiting. And if you're not moving, then you're just boom, get closest consumable or dropped item, and then pick it up. That's interesting. Was that the one I was in? It was. This behavior seems to freak out with multiple requests. Check the AI component prod one. AI component producer. Get home. Copy value to target. Storage. Copy null to parameter 2. Loop signal. They make pretty liberal use of these data switches, which I think is pretty cool. I definitely need to start using switches more. Yeah, so what this is doing, you're getting your home, and then you're copying that to your storage location, which is the location you send all your stuff. And then you're copying a null value to parameter 2 here, which doesn't really say what it's for. Then you're looping all the signals in the area to find apparently all the signals with a null value, which doesn't really make any sense. And then you're uploading the found signal, right? Because you're matching. And then you're uploading that found signal to parameter 1. And then you're doing some stuff. So you bring down parameter 1. So you bring down the signal that was being sent out. And then you compare that. If it's a component, then you check how many of them you have. If you have none, then you set your component to make it. And then you copy that value to parameter 2. And then I assume you'll use parameter 2 here. So as soon as you make it, you break out of the loop. Once you've made an item, you're breaking out of the loop. And then you're coming down here, you're pulling parameter 2. If parameter 2 is empty, Maybe. So what it's looking at here is if it goes through the entire loop, if it loops all the signals and never makes an item, then when it comes down here, if parameter 2 is empty, then it's going to filter for unfinished construction sites. And then if it gets no result, then it skips over here where it waits for 10 ticks before resetting. But if it does find a result, then it uploads that result to parameter 1. It checks the type of parameter 2. If there's no match, it sets its assembler to nothing and waits before returning. And if it is a component type, then it checks how many items your faction has. If it has none, then it makes it, and then it waits. So it's just getting the first. Every single time, all it's doing is getting the first thing that needs assistance. When trying to get a medium power pole, it'll keep spamming between the medium and the small. Yeah, I mean, it should only be working on one thing at a time. The only thing that I see this might be a problem. Is there like a loop radar? Let's see what radar is all about here. Well, I guess we can just do right here. A scan for the closest unit that matches the filter. So if you need a medium pole for a construction, it'll try to make that. Then it'll try to make the small pole. Then try to make the big pole again. So scan for the closest unit that matches the filters. If no results are found, reset. If results are found, figure out what it is, upload it to P1. From P1, check it. It might have to do with how long it takes to make whatever the component is. So it should probably do a wait component here. Because if it starts making a component, but it takes less than 10 seconds for that component to get made, then it's going back, it's redoing all of this logic, and then it's getting back here, and it's setting that assembler to a new objective, or it might do it here, for example. So because this doesn't have, it's using just a regular 10 tick wait instead of a wait component right here. But if you broke this, right, this 10 tick wait doesn't hurt. This is fine. This is just a 2-second wait. But this one is also triggering a 2-second wait, and things take more than 2 seconds to make. So if you broke this, put a wait component here, and then probably also put a wait component here as well, or maybe here, so that these components could get made, then you'd probably be good. Look at him go, though. This is hilarious. I'm honestly kind of loving this. This is what I really want, right? I really want to be able to do this with my own logic and watch it. Yeah, that'd be super cool. I mean, you could just leave it running, right? You could do something like this. Um, you can copy paste everything in here. And you could move all of this stuff over to like a dedicated server and just leave it run overnight and then come back to it. It'd be kind of interesting. I do think that this does rely on you a little bit. You're right, it does. I don't think that this will necessarily grow without you. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know. No, I guess it will because you can just have full AI enemy teams. So I guess it is kind of a full functioning. Oh, okay. So it started trying to make this robot, but it didn't have a turret to put on it. And so now it's making a turret, getting it delivered. So that it can make this turret, or this bot. Or maybe it's making a turret. I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, no, it made the bot. Dope. I was right. Now we have a little fighter dude. And it's building up its charge here. And as soon as it hits 80, I think, it should go... Yep, now it's going to go explore. But it's going to explore like a moron with a random exploration pattern like mine uses. Oh, yeah, you're right, because it does check. Because if it's not full efficiency, meaning it's not on grid, then it comes back. You're right. So it is just a local defender unit. Cool. Let's look at faction. So something I haven't really seen yet is what the home is. Because you can make more than one command center, can't you? Or can you only make one command center? Oh, okay. Well, if you can only make one, then this is likely your home. Oh, look, it's even got a little turret on it for defenses. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. This is so interesting. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Oh, do we have more little guys now? Yeah, we do. We got a couple little guys. That's so dope. So this is what I want to avoid, though. I may be getting a friend of mine to join me in building our behaviors out. He's a comp sci major. Nice. That was what I was going to college for the 3 semesters I went to college. But that was 20 years ago. So, whoopsie. Oh, yo, we're making so many little duders. 1, 2, 3, 4 little duders running around. Dude, I really like the way this is going. I kind of want to see. I think this might take me all the way through. So this is something actually that I really should be looking at because all of these behaviors that this is running through, specifically this AI main base behavior, I think is the one that's primarily driving, the research and all that other stuff. So I really kind of need to explore this and get a really good understanding because this will give me a good roadmap for figuring out what it is I need to be programming to get through those first steps. So I'm probably going to be looking into this for a couple of days because I feel like I'm a little lost. Like I've been coming up with some stuff that I think is important to look into, but I don't necessarily feel like I'm focusing on the right things. Oh, what the hell? What are these? These are not the ones that I researched. These are all different. What is going on? Hmm. So when it's nighttime, it figures out. No, sorry, when it's daytime, it figures out how many of all of the different resources it has. And then if it has more, then it goes looking for enemies to kill. And if it has less, then I guess it doesn't. That's funny. However, why would the enemies be putting out an enemy signal? No, sorry, it's looping through the signal of the enemy units. That's actually kind of cheeky. So you can filter to only get the signals of certain types of enemies through this information thing here. I don't know why it's not letting me do it or change anything. But over here in information, one of the filters is enemy. So it's just finding all of the enemy units by looping through all their signals. Which is insane. I didn't realize that you could do that. That definitely feels bad. I do like the use of this day-night thing, though, as a way to modulate when or how often you're doing things. So you might only want to be going out of your way to like build a bunch of new production facilities or build a bunch of new units or whatever every couple of minutes. And so this day-night cycle could be a really good way to decide that, right? If it's nighttime, go through your production. If it's daytime, go through something else. I think that's pretty cool. All of these are just black boxes. Hmm. I wish it doesn't look like they're using any multi-blueprints. At least not that I can see. I think that multi-blueprints might not be possible. Which means a lot more work on the build logic. Because we're going to have to build. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create behaviors for every blueprint that we would have liked to have built so that the structure gets built and then all the things get linked up properly. The problem is there's a lag time. Go get him, dudes. Why are you just letting that one dude get his butt kicked? Or is that an enemy? Oh, there we go. Little dudes went and got him. Yo, that worker just got his ass beat. Bugs are vicious, dude. Damn. Yeah, but because there's lag time from when you place the building to when you actually complete the building, and that lag time only increases when you have lots of buildings, it's going to be a little weird to try and set all that up. And I don't think I know exactly how I'm going to do it. I don't think I know. So we'll blueprint each of the individual buildings. And we'll blueprint those based off of some parameters, right? So like the type of resource that things are going to be storing. And then we'll put those blueprints down. And then we will load the behaviors do I want to maybe build the buildings with integrated or internal, not integrated? No, because having a building as simple as a storage with multiple behavior controllers seems silly. So we'll use the integrated controllers and we'll put specific logic on them. And that logic is going to have to be primarily about I like this milestone here where it said like how many bugs I killed. That seems like something that could be modded really well so that you could have lots of milestones during the competition for points. So maybe instead of like a total domination thing, it goes on for a certain amount of time. And you could have, bugs killed, structures created, explorables solved, enemy units killed, resources mined, all kinds of things like that. And if it just kept track all the time, then after, 24 hours or 48 hours or a whole fucking week, like whatever, whoever scored the most points would be the winner. And that would be really interesting. I also wish that I could add AI factions to my dedicated server. That'd be cool. My little guy's taking damage. But anyway, so like I was saying, we want to set up some stuff that's going to get things making connections with each other. And I don't know. I don't know precisely how to do that because the structures don't necessarily always need to face the same way. So I'm also going to have to figure out the rotation. It also needs to know beforehand if every single coordinate that's going to be in the whole structure is available for building. Hmm. Yeah, that's tough. Could maybe try to use some signals or some visual stuff. I can't wait until my behaviors can do this. This is going to be really fun because this is where the really good tweaking and stuff can come in. Right now, all of my behaviors are extremely simple, even as complex and as long as it took to get the the mining to actually start working the way we wanted. It's still a fairly simple thing. The thing for me is most of the base building comes from the AI base module. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the way you should do it. Um, I think I think this is probably going to go the same way that everybody else seems to go. And that is everybody else seems to use like lots of structures and they grow their entire base. And so the logistics network covers everywhere. I don't want to do that personally. I want to have my command center here and then maybe make some other like another base over here to get these resources. I don't want to build my logistics network all the way across to get to these. And that doesn't seem to be how the AI plays. And that doesn't seem to be how most other people play either. Um, so I'll be interested to see how that works. Or if it's even really doable. This is cool. I was under the assumption that you could probably have more than one command center. So I don't know how satellite bases will do. Um, but what I would like to do is have it kind of modular. And so, like your command center or whatever core building you were building at your satellite base would sort of function as um, your command and control for that base. Sadly, this AI doesn't expand production anymore. Oh, it won't go beyond this point right here. I mean, that's pretty cool, though. That's still pretty decent start. Got the whole first row here. I don't think you need a command center. You could just build a core structure. Yeah, absolutely. That's that's totally viable. Um, how to program a behavior to what? Put a power pole on your building? I wouldn't do a behavior. I would do a blueprint. Oh, build the whole satellite base. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. That one comes from, I don't even really know how you decide when you need to build. Honestly, actually, I do know. Um, I think you keep track of your resources up here. And if this base is operating at such a high capacity that you have extra resources, then you build a satellite. Because you have to build quite a few things pretty early. You know, you kind of got to plunk down like 4 or 5 buildings all at the same time, along with, you know, bringing some units and stuff like that. Honestly, getting something to build a satellite base is going to be a pretty huge problem. I didn't really think about that until just now, but that's a lot. Yeah, I definitely, the game that I'm running my dedicated server on right now definitely has way too many resources on it. I am much happier with the resource density of this game right here, where all of these have like, you know, maybe a couple thousand, a couple hundred to a couple thousand resources instead of the tens of thousands. I didn't realize that there was so much variability in that. Which does mean that when we're setting up our like base start logic, we do have to be careful. Right now, my base start logic looks for locations with a lot of resources. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that there's way too many resources on my map right now. Just looking at kind of how much things cost and stuff like that. I might have put it to infinite. I don't know. Or set it really high on purpose. I don't. I don't know. I just kind of made it. This was pretty cool to watch, though. It's crazy that even the AIs don't progress beyond this first line. That's actually, I think, a really easy goal. Well, maybe not easy goal, but a very approachable goal just to get the first row of researches done. Oh, it will progress the research? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's actually doing this one right now. I mean, I don't think it's fast. The early game is slow. I don't think you would ever be able to do it super, super quick. Especially not doing it quickly and um, maintaining resources and stuff. I mean, it's just like any RTS. There's a balance between building more gatherers and ramping up to higher tiers. And the longer you stay at the lowest tier, where you're just getting gatherers, the more susceptible you are to early game attacks and stuff. I actually kind of want to look now. Um, you mentioned that there were some settings you could change. So let's get off here. Let's end this game. And let's just take a little bit of a look at some of the settings. So biome density, how sparse biomes are generated. So if we can actually see the map here, that's interesting. Hopefully it changes for us. It does. So I guess that's like giving you more of just the regular green area and less of some of the other area. Are these maps infinite? I thought somebody said something about these maps actually being infinite the other day. Let's see. Water and plateau density, blight corruption, plateau amounts. So this is a really important one because this is like your wind energy and stuff, right? Landscape flat or normal. Flat desert and grasslands to make building bases easier. Bumpy landscape. Ooh, I actually like the idea of the flat. Specifically because it doesn't look like it gets rid of like the plateaus and stuff. So you're still going to have your choke points and all that stuff. But having flat land where it's grasslands and desert would make, like it says, I mean, building bases and stuff way better. Resource richness. Cool. Infinite rich resources. Day-night cycle. Day length. Year length. Hostility level, difficulty. Affects number and types of bugs that spawn. Bug hive evolution. And minigames. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think there are some things to do here. Changing some of these landscape things. One of the last things that I'm kind of wondering when it comes to trying to build those multi blueprints is maybe it has to be on flat land. Or maybe it has to be on the same terrain. Give me 1 second here. I am going to put you all on a Be Back Soon screen while I log back in to this multiplayer. Alrighty. So if we take a look at this, so when I built this, this isn't, well, this might actually be all flat. Yeah, these do actually look all the same height. But I was trying to build, well, no, because I was building it over here, and this is also all flat. This is interesting. Oh, it's because this is the only one that's built. Okay, never mind. I don't think... Is it possible that the biome that it's on matters? I wonder if I could set it. Man. Or maybe it just can't be done. Go jump in the Discord real quick and see if anybody can tell me whether or not it's even possible. Because this is upsetting me. Because I want to build my buildings. As much as I would love to create a super advanced, super intricate behavior for each of the types of building groupings that I would like to have, that's just going to take way too long. Way too long. I ain't got that kind of time. I ain't got that kind of time. There's nothing else built. I'm so confused. I love that this is actually kind of working, though. That's super cool. Let's see if anybody's responded to me here. Oh. I'm just looking to see, but these all look super lined up. Yeah, they're definitely on flat ground. That's for sure. I love how close in here I can get. Like, I almost feel like I'm in first person. And you can move around with WASD and then use middle click to, like, look. So you can totally, like, explore this game in an almost first person view. I wouldn't do that. It's a little wonky. But you can kind of do it. And then, I mean, you zoom out a little bit. You end up a little. I mean, it's kind of cool. The models and stuff look pretty cool. This game runs really light, even though there seems to be a lot of detail and stuff on these models. It's really static detail, and it's not a lot of geometric detail. Um, the buildings are kind of boxy and stuff like that. But that's really good because this game runs really well, even on my relatively old computer. And the server itself has been running phenomenally on my laptop. I mean, I've had it on for like 7 days, and it's just been going with pretty much no issues. But it's pretty impressive how well it runs. Gross. I'm so sad. I really wanted to work on building structures today, and I don't really know what else to do. We fixed our mining logic a little bit. Let's maybe see if there are some settings. Those are my options. What about game settings? I guess I can't change the game settings. Hmm. I guess probably the next thing to consider is my command and control stuff. But, well, that's building buildings. Man, I'm pretty much just at the build building stage, aren't I? Definitely need to figure out how to get that done. Because, so the thing that we need to be able to do, now that we can mine well, we need to be able to build our structures and all of our components and stuff for the beginning parts of the game and get all of our research done through this first basic research. And that's going to require a lot of command center stuff. So we've got our integrated behavior. Right now, our command center doesn't do anything. And that's because we haven't been really worrying about big picture stuff. Um, the big picture stuff has been kind of on the back burner because it's going to require data input. And I haven't really focused on that yet. I've been trying to do some smaller things. But let's take a look. Let's just make a new behavior. And this is going to be command. Does command have two M's? No. Command and control. So let's start thinking about information that we need about the world state. So first things first, as part of this, I want to get faction resources. But I want all of them. So I want all of them, and I want them in an array. Right? That seems right. So how do I loop every faction resource? Had an idea, could use a register in game, just a manual you got, set up the type of producer in there once, and that'll work. Hmm. Well, this is interesting. So I don't really have a way I can check individual resources, but it doesn't seem can I just have a register that just knows that value? No. What are my loops again? Loop units, loop inventory slots, but that's on a specific unit. Loop number, loop producers. Loop ingredients, loop research. Hmm. Man, that's rough. I suppose that I could make um a faction register for every resource. And then have a behavior that just loops and updates those every X amount of time. And so the reason that that might be important, let's let's think about it. What would having access to all of my resource values do for me? And how could I action those numbers? One of the things is knowing when to build more miners or more production facilities of a certain type. For example, if I had more or less metal bars than I have metal plates, then I would know, okay, you need to ramp up metal bar production because you have more metal plates. Man, so this is going to be interesting because I want to build multiple bases, but you don't pull resources from here like you do in most other RTS games. Your resources physically exist in the world, and they have to be brought to the structure that is going to use them, which means your faction wide stuff is great, except you're not really operating on a faction wide system. You're operating on a local system many times over. So not only do we need to keep track of our resources, we need to keep track of our resources in our local area. This is the visual range of the command center, right? That's why you have all this vision. Because this seems probably big enough. If I'm being honest, I don't know that I'll ever build bigger than this visual range. So, at least not per base. Right? That's pretty massive. At the very least, it'll take a really long time to get there. So, if I can loop all the units of storage type, let's see. Let's see what we can do. Loop units in range. Let's look at the filters. Let's look at information filters. So we have units, we have buildings, foundations, walls, constructions, flowers, dropped items, resources, mineable resources, robots, bugs, humans, aliens, anomalies, solved, unsolved, can loot, things that are just in the logistics network. Ooh, that's interesting. I wonder if it's same logistics network. And then what kind of range can we put? Can we put visual range? No. Let's see. What is the range today? Up to units visibility range. How do I know what my unit's visibility range is? Can I see that somewhere? Visibility range 30. Perfect. And let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Okay. So this is the visibility range. Cool. So we're going to use visibility. And so if we're using visibility range and we're filtering, well, no, we won't need to filter for in logistics network. Never mind. Specify the numerical value. No. Limit the range of the search. No. Infected, damaged, slightly damaged, heavily damaged, out of power, shut down. Moving, path blocked, idle. Grounded or flying. So I think probably buildings. And then let's see if there's something else. Something else that I can look at when it comes to resources. We have storage blocks, but we have multiple kinds of storage blocks. And if you put the storage block filter in there, then it fucks things up. Looping every single building and not filtering for specifically storage buildings is kind of a no-go. I wish I could do like an either or. I wish that these filters weren't exclusive. That would be really nice. Then we get a unit. So what I want to know I can do this on a unit. So I just want to get the inventory total of these units. So we're doing buildings. If I do metal ore as one of the filters, building metal ore, I don't think that will, no. Get inventory item. So this is what we'll want to do. We'll want to get the inventory item in every building in its first index, because only the storages are really going to matter. Okay, so we also need to get type. Okay, so we get unit type. We're already filtering for buildings. We're going to get the unit. We're going to get its type. And then we're going to hit a switch. And that switch is going to look for all of our storage types. And if the storage type comes back as a storage, do I need unit type? Because this is just checking building. I thought it was going to give me the specific structure, but I think we can just check it this way. Right? I think that probably works. So we hit the switch. If it's any of the storage structures, we check its inventory. And then we're going to pull another switch. And then we're going to do two things here. We're going to do information. We're going to do mineable resource. Goes one place. And then I can click resource, but I can't check also. So I guess what I wonder is if it gets caught by the mineable, and then I go to full-on resource, will this pick up any resource that is not mineable? I think that'll probably, because it'll go through it, right? Boom, case 1, it's a mineable, kick it. Boom, case 2, I think that's how it'll work. And then we'll get the inventory total of that resource. And then we'll do the same thing here. And then from these, we copy down. Nope. So from these, we're going to pull down the value from a faction register. No. No, we don't want these to be on a faction register. We want these to be in a local array. That array. Okay. So you can insert values into an array. Can I add a value to something in an array? Set, remove, loop, length, insert, get. So if I did a getter and then manipulated the value, let's save this for right now. Let's go to a tester. And then let's create an array. We're going to memory insert this. And we're going to create that right there. We're going to insert the value 1. Then we're going to hit a loop. We're going to hit a loop by number. We're going to loop from 1 to 10. And we're going to step through one at a time. And the value out is the number. Cool. Once we hit that loop, we want to get the memory. Yeah, so it's just going to be a get add set, right? So we're going to but we do need an index. So when we insert this, we need to insert it into index 1. Right? And then when we do this, that's the index. Because it's not just an ID, it's also an index. Because when we go to set, if you set to the ID, then you clear the indexes and then set just a single new index. But if you set to a specific index value, I think you're good. So we get the value, we add to the value, we're going to add this number to B. That result is then going to get set as the new index. So we're going to set our memory. We've created a 1. Now we're going to loop 10 times. We get our value here, which is 1. Or sorry, we got this value here, which was 1. Now we know that we have a value that we're saving. And then we set the value 2 back to that index. And now we have a 2. And now this number is going to be a 2. We're going to be adding 2 to 2. So we should be at 4. We are. Okay. So the last thing I want to make sure of, the way we're going to do this, keep arrays until behavior is switched. That is what we want. So we're going to hit stop here, and we're going to change this index to index 2. We're going to change this one to 2. We're going to change this one to 2. The reason we want to do that is I want to make sure that this index doesn't vanish if I'm specifically working with another index inside of the same ID. So let's step it through. We're going to add a new index that should start at 1. Perfect. We're going to step it through a couple of times here, and then we're going to go look. Okay, cool. So we stepped it through twice. We've got our 4. This still exists. Fantastic. So the next thing we need to look at when we go in here Next thing we need to look at when we go in here is identifying the index, not the ID. Because I don't want this array. I want all of these resources to be in the same ID so that they can be looped through and their values can be manipulated and compared all together. And so we want them in the same list. So how do I decide what index each resource will have? How do I do that? What are we getting out? We are getting an inventory item. So in here, as part of this switch, once this switch triggers, we can loop the index or the ID and look for a value, a resource that's the same. So we would use a match probably. Nope. Oh, maybe. Yeah. So we would match. No. We want to compare. Compare. We don't want to compare the registers though. Compare item. There we go. Yeah, so we'll loop through whatever the array is. And then whatever index gives us an equal value, we're good. That seems right. So it's going to loop. It's going to loop memory. And the ID we're going to give it is going to be the resource ID. Because this is going to be all my resources. This breaks. And this breaks. So if we get a mineable resource, we loop through and we get our values. And then we compare item, that value, to the item being stored. If they're equal, we can do the total thing after. We could do it before also, but we can also do it after. So if they're equal, we move forward, and we're going to get based on the index that it gives us. Ooh, which is right here. Fucking nice, dude. Okay. And then we get, and then we add the new result. And then we set. So we get, we add, we set. And then this is literally the same for that second one as well. Right? Right. Okay. And then that'll give us an array. So this is just figure out how many resources exist in storages inside of this command structure's visual range. That makes sense. So we're going to start off. The range is the visual range. Don't need to do anything. We're looping through every unit. So this is going to be current unit. Boom. Loop through that bad boy. We hit a switch. If the current unit is a type of storage, we move on. If not, we hit the loop. We check the item index of index 1. We're going to use a new variable here. This is the stored item. The stored item hits a switch. This will also pick up locked items. I've checked that. So no item means that the storage doesn't do anything, and it'll just kick it back. So that's perfect. If it is a mineable resource, we're going to go up here. Why am I breaking apart mineable and not mineable? I feel like I was going to do something. Do I want to put these in 2 different IDs? I think I do. So the reason is my mineable resources, I might want to build more gatherers or something like that. So the decisions that I'll make for minables are different than the decisions I'll make for the others. So we kind of want to keep them separate. And we might end up having to loop through both of these, but having them separate is going to be important, I think. So stored item, we check its value. Once we check its value, we're going to get array index and also array value. The index is important, so the value gets compared to the stored value. If they're the same, we get the inventory total from the unit that we're currently looking at. And that result is stored amount. We take that stored amount, we take our index, we get our value, oh no, we already have this value, don't we? Because we pulled it. So we don't need the getter anymore because we're looping. We can kill the getter. We can take the current array value. We can add the stored value. We get the result, which is a new array amount. And then we set that value in the array index. Booyah. And then we break because we only need to do this loop until we get the resource. Yeah, so we can break out of this loop. Now, hopefully, this only breaks out of the pink loop and doesn't also break out of this other loop. I don't know exactly how that's going to go. And then if it's done, which is what the break does, is it finishes it, it goes back to the beginning of this other loop. So we're going to hit save on that. Now, right now, it should never go down here because we don't have any resources here. So I'm actually going to step it through. Actually, fuck it, I'm just going to straight up play it. And see. Okay, we get stuck instantly. It's possible it's just going through a bunch of buildings. No. Okay. Instantly, something's wrong. Okay. It says up to units visibility range. So I guess we could just put, can we put infinity on here? Put a bajillion. Okay. It's finding a bunch of buildings that are not. Nope. Okay. So it's finding a storage building, but then it's not registering these resources as mineable. So I assume that that should work. And then we'll just kill that for now and break that. Do we have an array? We do not currently have an array. We'll save and we'll go. Interesting. We're getting the stored item. We're putting it in there. We're hitting a switch. Okay. So we hit stop here and we take a look. Apparently this information stuff doesn't work. I can't use those informations. Now I could use all of the different possible resource types, but there's way more than 5. So that doesn't really help. So maybe instead of a switch, oh, maybe a data type switch. Let's take this down here for a moment. Break off. Okay. So we're getting that info. If it's an item, this would make us look at everything. And I don't really want that. Because if we look in here at our IDs, we can see inventory items. So it would check all of this, components, different types of materials, all kinds of stuff. I wonder if there's something that's called material. So I don't really want that. I don't think there's anything that's just looking for materials. Nothing there. Types doesn't really hold anything. And inventory items has too many possible options. How can I filter that? I want a filter. Get type. Let's move this down here. Let's break these off and move this down here. And let's take a look at get type. So we've got a stored item and it has a type. That just gives us the type. Doesn't compare types. It's the resource type from a resource composite. I want to see what this value turns into. So we're going to make a variable for it right now. Resource type. We're going to hit OK. We're going to save this and we're going to step through it with our little visual on. Okay, so when it picks a resource type, it goes all the way to where we didn't want to be. Let's see. Is docked, is equipped, is unit, is passable, compare register, is a. Ooh, I wonder if I can throw this in there. Is a resource? Hang on. So these are just all comparing things. So none of these had any values. So if it is a resource, we go forward. That seems reasonable. Can we step it through here. Nope. It's also stuck. Why does it keep picking up the same item? Performs code for all units in visibility range. So it should be changing this variable. But every time that's so strange. I don't understand what's going on here. I might try the same thing I put over here. Is A. Instead of this switch. Maybe I could put like a is A storage. But that's kind of what the switch is, right? It's just an is A for multiple things. So there must be something hinky with loop units. We're definitely only getting buildings, so that's going really well. And then we're definitely only moving forward when the building is a storage. So that's also going super well. But for some reason, whenever we go to look, oh, because I'm dumb. I'm looking in this building's inventory. Got it. So this doesn't have the ability to look at another unit, but I can loop inventory slots of another unit? Okay. I don't really want to do that. I can also get inventory total of another unit, but I can't see what's in. Hmm. I don't know if I want to nest 3 loops to do this, but it might be necessary. Although this does mean that I can do this in a different way. I might be able to use mineable and regular resources. What other info types are there? Is there an info type for component? Okay, there doesn't appear to be a component info type. But we do have resources and mineable resources. So this might actually end up being okay. We're going to end up doing the loop a lot more times this way. But it'll mean we can keep track of components and all kinds of stuff. So kill that. Put this in here. Boom, right here. All right, so if we're using a storage, we're looping. We're looping the inventory of the current unit. Okay. Now we got 3 fucking loops. I don't even think I want is-a anymore. I think at this point, we just throw everything into this array. And we just make this a resource array. And it'll be components, it'll be resources, it'll be refined resources, it'll be everything. So I think we kill that. Because we don't give a shit. Because if it's going to be in our storage, it is a resource. Or a component. So boom, we put that in there. What is the inventory here? The item in inventory. Okay. Stored item now needs to be here. Because this is what we're comparing. Right? We're comparing the array, the stored item. If they're equal, we move on. We're not worrying about any of the reserve stacks. And then, do we need the item index? I don't think so. I think we're okay. So all these values are currently nothing. So let's step it through. The unit populates. We have a building. We move forward. We start looping the inventory. Now the inventory value is this stored item. We compare that value to the first index. We compare that value to the second index. To the third, nope. Hang on. I've made a terrible mistake. So if you can't find the item because it's different and you're done, okay. So if you complete this loop without finding if you complete the loop through memory without finding the value, then you need to insert that value. Right? Right. It doesn't need an index. It'll append to the end. And we add stored value right in there. Okay, save it. We get ourselves a building. That building has a ridiculous resource. We finished. We append. We go back. Okay, and we have a new inventory item. So we're appending, new inventory item, appending, new inventory item, appending, new inventory item, appending, new inventory item. It's a value 0. Okay, we may need to check to make sure it's not null. But we're appending, so let's look at our memory array. Our memory array, oh, because I'm stupid. Okay. And this one, nope, never mind. Okay, so we're appending some new shit, appending some new shit. All of this seems to be going in. Append some new shit. Keep appending. Okay, and now that we've got lots of different stuff, we're hitting that compare. Boom. So we have a new item. We hit all those compares. There was nothing in it. We appended it. Boom, we're hitting all these compares. We didn't match. Oh no, we did match. Now we're adding to the index value. We're up to 26 of something. I don't know what the fuck we have 26 of, but it's there. 26 of nothing. What is this? But we're adding up the values. We do seem to only be going through the first building, though. Nope. We've got some different stuff in there. Maybe I just thought. We'll just keep going until maybe we see our resources. Because I should have a bunch of resource storages in there. So I should be hitting, big resource values. There we go. There's the resources. And then we just keep going through. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Something is amiss here. We've got metal ore going into multiple places. Why is that? It actually looks like we've got a couple of things going into multiple places. So comparing these items is probably not precisely what we want to do. We probably want to get type on both of them and then compare types. Might be what we have to do. But it seems to be, other than the fact that it keeps making new metal ores, it's doing well. So let's clear this. Let's stop this. Whatever item we get, okay. So we're going through, we're looping the inventory. And whatever item we get out of the inventory, we get its type. Boom, get type. We get the type. This is stored item type. Boom. We get that type. And then we loop through the array. And then we also get the type of this value. Right, so we put that in there. And we've got, let's name it properly, array value type. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? I tried to hit you up on Discord, but I don't think I found you. Sorry. array value type. Okay. And then we're going to compare those two things, right? So we get the array value type. We get the stored item type. We compare those, and then it should work. So this time I'm just going to hit play on it, and we're just going to watch the array grow. This takes a while. So here's the thing. Because of how long this is taking, arrays are super cool. We just making stuff happen. So what I'm doing right now is just figuring out all of the resources that are within a certain amount of area from my command center. And I'm adding them all together. So something is happening here. I've got an assembler and I've got an assembler. Why are these assemblers not combining? Okay, excellent. I'll look to get you again. And the same thing is happening with these metal ores. This is super dope, though. Yeah, it is doing per inventory slot. But it's checking. So it's looping the inventory slots of each of the buildings. And then it's getting whatever the item is. And then it's getting its type out. And then we're looping through the memory for all of these resources. And then again, we're getting the value. And then we're getting the type out. And then we're comparing those two types. So maybe compare item isn't the right one. It might need to be like compare register or something like that. So let's just compare register. Let's remove this and remove this. Put this over here. Boop. And then we go right here. And then we can get the array value type. And we can get the stored type. And then I think that's good. I think we just save that. And then we come over here and we clear the array. And then we play. Okay. It looks like it's comparing so far just fine. We're adding up our values here. We have 2 nulls, which is interesting. I am making a resource. Yeah, this is happening again. Also, I don't think I have 7 assemblers. So I'm a little confused. Maybe some of my logic is off. Yeah, so I'll kind of show you what I'm doing here, Drippy Bun. My goal right now is I'm using this command center right here. and I'm using its visual range, which is this area here. And I'm looping through every building that I own that exists here. And I'm going through all of my storage facilities. And the goal is to just count all of my resources. And the reason I want to do that is I'm trying to automate the entire game. So in order to be able to do that, I have to know when I have excesses or shortfalls of different resource types. So I can adjust, how many gatherers I have, how much storage I have for different things, make decisions about building new buildings, all kinds of stuff. So I'm just trying to get, I also want it to be modular. So I want it to be able to be like this command center focuses on what's around right here. And then if I build another base like way over here to get some more resources, then this base will just query itself. So that way I'm not thinking that I have a shortfall of resources across my entire game and then building like more gatherers in the wrong spot, right? Because maybe this base has enough resources and then this other one, way over here doesn't. But if I don't check that on a per base, on a per base system, then I could end up building extra gatherers here when I actually need them way up here. And that wouldn't do me any good. So I'm just trying to figure out how to get myself some information, some data. But it's hard, and I'm stupid. What is going on? Why are these not comparing properly? And I want to check, because I definitely don't have 7 assemblers. I have 2, 3. So it looks like I have 3 assemblers. It's a really cool game, Drippy Bun. It's called Desynced, and it's just an RTS factory builder, right? It's not super special beyond that, at least in that aspect. You can totally play it manually, right? I can just get this dude to go over here. Well, that's not a miner. I can just get this dude to go over here. He doesn't have a mining laser. I can just get this dude to go over here and mine these resources. I can do all kinds of stuff like that. And so it's a really, really basic RTS factory build. Well, I wouldn't call it basic. It's got some complexities. But it is, if you played Factorio, then you would be able to play this game fairly proficiently. But the really engaging aspect to me is the multiplayer aspect of this game. Because, so I'm hosting a dedicated server right now, and anybody who joins it can be in my faction. And so if you join my faction, you don't like get your own base of the same color. We share all of our units and we work together. We share this library of programs and blueprints and stuff like that that we've made. And we can both access those and utilize them. In fact, up to 16 of us could utilize them all together. And so you've got this really cool multiplayer thing that goes on. And then you've got some cool PvP stuff that can happen. And then you have the ability to literally fully automate the entire game. And I don't just mean like having a factory that moves resources and stuff around automatically. Like I can get my dudes to go scout automatically. I can get them to go attack another player's base. The game can literally be played automatically like a regular RTS like StarCraft, which is fucking bonkers. So there's just a ton of cool shit going on with this game. And I really like it. And I think it's extremely unique, but also really, really good. They did a fantastic job making this game. And I'm a big old fanboy. Hmm. But it's also super difficult. I'm having a rough go. So let's check. I'm adding the array value to the stored amount. Oh, hang on. I'm looping through each individual inventory slot. Somewhere. But then I'm doing the entire inventory total. That's definitely wrong. I don't actually think I need this at all. I don't. So I think I can get rid of inventory total. And then instead of adding stored item amount, which now should not exist, stored item type, I should be able to just add stored item. Perfect. Maybe that'll be the ticket. Whoops. Clear all. Stop. And play. Okay. Now we're getting our values here. So far, so good. We do have a null value. That explains why that null was getting a number, though. That makes much more sense. So one thing to look out for is assemblers were one of the things. Okay, so now I have two assemblers, but there's a second assembler here. Oh, I see what's happening. At least I think so. So, yeah, have a good day there, Drippy Bun. Thanks for stopping by. So this is appending whenever it hits the done. So it breaks, which puts it on done. And so it appends. So it is still adding to the proper value, but then it's like appending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. I see what's happening now. So this append if done is wrong. But I still want to append if it's different every time. So I need this memory insert. But I don't want it to be if they're different here. Because I only want it to be if it doesn't exist at all. So how do I do that? We're doing all the loops. Oh, okay. So we're going to have a couple of checks. So we'll redo this. We'll copy this. And then we'll put it back down here. So this time, it does the comparison again. But now, only if they're different does it append. And then the other thing we want to do is we want to see if it's a null value. And if it's a null value, we don't want to do it. So is empty. Okay. So if the value, hang on, boom, boom. So if it has a value, we append. If it's empty, we don't. And the value we're taking in is the stored item. Boom. Okay, that should solve all of my problems. Clear that. No, well, there's an empty. That's unfortunate. We only got one empty value. Normally, there would have been another empty right here. So it did do the check properly here. And if it was different, it moved on. But for some reason, it thinks that null value is a value. We've got our two assemblers with no extra assembler. I think we fucking did it. Except for this null value, we're good. And now we know everything that's available to us. We basically just keep adding metal ore here. This is a crazy slow. I might want to unlock this one. Because right now it's only doing 5 checks per second. So I've already got 12 things in this array. So when it goes to check this array, it's going to check over 2.4 seconds every time it looks at an item here, which is crazy. And that's going to just get crazier and crazier and crazier. Are we still adding here? We're at 160. We don't seem to still be adding. Oh, there we go. Maybe I was looking at a bunch of nulls. I must have been looking at a bunch of nulls. Maybe. Yeah, because we still haven't looked all the way through everything. We'll get that weird one that's normally at the start. Did you figure out where the null values are coming from? So the null values, there just is nulls in some of the resources. Or in some of the slots. So it's picking up that null and it's just not skipping it. I tried to put in a check to see if it's empty here, but it still puts it in. But I did get it to stop doing the duplicates, which is nice. When we get to our done here, we just have to compare the registers again. And then this time, if they're different, we move forward. Instead of up here where if they're equal, we moved forward. And so now we're not getting those duplicates anymore. We're just adding. But it didn't feel like it added all of my metal ore. But it's definitely becoming massive. I mean, this is a 4-second check now. Because you've got 20 things, and it only can cycle through each of these to check it every 0.2 seconds because it's locked. So I might actually unlock and see how fast this goes. So let's go ahead and stop it. And then we're going to get crazy. My computer might blow up. So if the stream ends right here, you know what happened. When we go to do this check, we're going to unlock. And then when we get when we get here, we'll lock again. And then we'll do the same here. Okay. And that way we're not gonna like freak the whole thing out, I don't think. Let's see. Oops. Let's clear this. And then let's go. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's way faster. Nice. Yeah, it's getting up to this 160. And then it seems to like stop adding my mineral values. It's honestly still kind of slow, which is impressive. But it's definitely way faster unlocked like this. We're finding, I mean, tons of resources and stuff in here. This is going really well. If this ever goes to 2, then we'll be restarted. But we're up to 240, 260. Maybe it just hadn't gotten to the point where it had all of my resources yet. Eight times 20 is 160, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's what's happening is it's getting through one. Okay. So it is reading my metal properly. It's crazy how long this takes in an unlocked state. But it works. I mean, I've got all of my resources. We've hit two here, which means we've completed one circuit all the way through everything. So, I mean, you're talking a minute maybe to get all the resources I have here so far. So you're definitely looking at a minutes long array when you're into the later game, which is why this needs to be broken into areas, right? It's why this can't be for the entire faction. Because if you tried to do this for the entire faction, then you would just be sitting here for days waiting for it to figure it all out. So doing this for just a local area is really nice. The other thing that's really nice about this is because I can just hard code this range to a huge number, but it's pegged at a maximum of my visibility. Then I can just get all the things. And as my visibility goes up, then my range goes up too. So as long as I make sure that my main command building has visibility over my entire little base area, then I'll always be able to get all of my resources that are available. So that's really cool. But this is working really fantastic. And so now we just need to come up with some things to do with this. It's probably going to be thresholds primarily, right? As soon as we get the value, then we can be like, hey, um, what do we do with these values? Do we have enough of this? Do we need some more of this? What's going on? We can get rid of all these things. They don't do anything. We can get rid of this right here. It doesn't do anything. All of my variables are actually fucking named on this one. So, pretty stoked about that, if I'm being honest. Um, yeah, I think this is a really great little bit of code here. And it's not that long. I mean, it took quite a bit to figure out. I'm getting a little more confident about how I'm going about my coding, but I really liked going through and just kind of prototyping it out without actually adding the variables and stuff and seeing, okay, how do I feel about how this is all set up and stuff. And then once I got it kind of locked in where I wanted, I could go back and like change all the variables and stuff. And then, and then I tinkered with it until it really came down to where I wanted it to be. But it was much easier to keep it organized by going through and trying to do that sort of prototyping first and then go back and do all the variables and then tinker. So that's probably how we'll start building things in the future. It hurt my brain a lot less to do this way than a lot of the things that I've done in the past. So definitely organization is massive. But that's probably where we're going to go ahead and end this stream today. This one was actually a little longer than normal because, like I said, my brain didn't explode trying to do this one, which was nice. So, yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. I will be back probably tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Oh, is today Thursday? Weird. Yeah, but I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get some more coding and stuff done, program some more stuff. And yeah, I hope everybody has a great day.